Alrighty, good morning, everybody. Whoop. Let's at last finally begin. What? That... There we go. Oh wait, all my friends are in a coma. I shouldn't be happy. This is probably voiced. I don't know why I'm getting the vocal cords ready. And I'm almost out of water. Oh, it's not voiced. Good news, Niren. We had a stroke of luck in our search for the beacon. Apparently, our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added to their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under the rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. Then we better go give them a hand. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is the mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat in North Silvertail waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. Finally out of Stormblood. Frank. Alright, Teo, you be a good boy and wait here. Heading to the survey site, sir. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way to get there is by boat. Well, I mean, I'd probably just fly there, but sure. Wow, we must be outside the Labyrinth of the Ancients. Probably closer, spoiler, to Eureka Orthos. Hori? Niren, the search continues, but I have no doubt we'll find this beacon of yours. That is not his voice. The air here is weighing heavily upon me. 'Tis little wonder, I suppose, when standing in the shadow of such an imposing structure. Oh, sisters. Hold on, who's the thirsty one again? Oh, her. I love this song. Aw.
Look how many people there are! Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
He's like, hi, Dataru.
Well, you could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse call it the chief of some other business. So we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Yeah, come on, Jesse.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
That was a mysterious device. Well, what have we here?
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in.
Well, it's a good thing I did, because look at what I found.
What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Hi, Neko. Welcome to the stream.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
This is supposed to cause a headache.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
I'm doing good, just waking up. Vocal cords are still also waking up, so I'm gonna sound like crud for the most part. I got water on me though. Not a lot though. I'm gonna have to fill up soon. But I'm excited. I'm finally getting to the Shadowbringers story after delays and going through the rest of Stormblood. If I can still keep on my schedule, I should be able to be done, and then be able to do some bonus stories before DawnTrail comes out, before early access even.
The dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look
Oh,
at me,
ow,
sir.
why? God, I forgot they showed that to me.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Oh, Jeez, that's bright.
Your time has not yet come.
Why is it so bright? And purple. Man.
From endless dreams I awake.
Frank.
Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Cease your meows, mister. Oh, well, at least there's someone here. Oh, there.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
Night? But it's bright as day.
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time.
What? Also, you look familiar.
And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, yet he'd reply.
Frank.
Yeah.
Sorry if you hear a cat meow or me saying Frank.
100 bleeding years ago, that's when.
It's my sister's cat and he's being annoying.
You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
Huh? No thank you. It's a weird-ass ring, though.
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
Since 2.0. That's how long. Unless you want to throw the beta in there too. Since 2.0 beta.
To dizzying heights it rises. The gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light. The pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
Two point oh was... 2.0 came out, what, 2013? So, about 10 years. How long is the walk? Not that long. Let's take it all in. I've been playing this game for a very long time. Breaking reality for a sec. I got a lot of mounts. I got a lot of minions. I got bored enough to make everything 90. Or, well, and Blue Mage at 80 for now. I got all the beast tribes to maximum. I've done a lot over the years. I've had super long breaks in between, but I've been playing for a long time. While I'm walking, I'm going through the main scenario again in preparation for DawnTrail. Hold on one sec. Now the cat has crossed the line. I'll be right back. Kicking him out of my room. Sorry about that. He has a habit of when he starts jumping up to a certain spot, he'll start jumping everywhere he can unless you stop him. And where he likes to jump is where he'll disconnect my internet for the uptake time. But yes, I'm going through this. I'm going through the story again in preparation for DawnTrail, as well as squeezing in any side stories such as the Alliance raids and the trials when appropriate. As well as giving character lore for my bunny boy here. Any headcanon stuff, as well as voicing everybody, or trying to. And this was all inspired by JoeCat, who did the exact same thing for Endwalker. I should probably stay on the road. Oh, right. As added bonuses, for A Realm Reborn and part of Heaven's Word, I can only use the Chocobo as a mount. For most of Stormblood when I'm in the east, it's the Yol And for here is the Amaro. But, that'll be when, I'm able to do so. Also, I won't be a samurai forever. After the first dungeon, I'll switch to Dark Knight. Why is everything so purple?
Halt!
Halting. Oh, sorry. I forgot it turns this off too. Oh, I forgot to change the setting. I have to do it after this cutscene.
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions.
Okay.
From where do you hail?
Don't say Garlemald, don't say Garlemald, don't say Garlemald. From Ul'dah.
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists. Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass. That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
Hey, I know that ring. Oh, no thank you. I don't drink alcohol, sir. I just met that guy like 5 minutes ago.
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort him to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
That's fine. You were doing your job.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
You better, buddy. I got like 6 friends missing.
Right then. Before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons.
Wow. Kind of pulled me of your own volition.
I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exach, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Do you have any idea how much trouble you have caused?
An inkling, yes. I can only beg your forgiveness. Matters here forced my hand. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you.
God,
Let
I
us
am
begin
not.
with the glaring skies up above.
I am not looking to voice him, simply because there are certain characters I just can't do justice. Him, Emmerich.
Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light.
Ralbon. Orion J. I just can't do them justice. I'll try, but like...
It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier.
Oh, finger slip.
It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes.
Oh, you started just before Endwalker came out. You know, funny thing, too, is, I skipped... I basically couldn't keep up with payments for the thing, which, I mean, obviously, now I can. But funny enough, like, I stopped playing at the end of all of Heavensward, and I just skipped the entirety of Stormblood. And then the Shadowbringers was, like, announced, and I'm like, I'm getting back into the game. So I started paying again, and I did all of fucking Stormblood, and then I was, like, ready for Shadowbringers. And I haven't stopped playing since. But I've said I've taken long breaks. I guess Stormblood would have been like a 2-year break or a year and a half. And one time I didn't play for a whole year just before, funny enough, just before Heavensward came out.
Though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try. For in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
Crystarium, Oh, if you, like, hear water running, that's like a little fountain I got in my room.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Oh, wow. It's been so long that I don't remember that you do get to see like NPCs moving about when you first arrive. Except for that guy. Oh man, okay, now I have to voice him. Okay, how did I do it last time? It's like I take a breath and I'm ready to speak and then I stop, like, oh, you're gonna get it wrong. Even though it's not gonna be perfect. And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. I gotta make it soft. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you first to gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few Crystarium civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetheryte, a convenience with which I am sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back to your etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest that you complete this attunement before venturing any further. I wonder if someone didn't do it, and then just teleported back to the source, and then they're like, oh, well, how do I get back to where I need to go? After you have done so, walk up the steps to the next Aetheryte, next to the Aetheryte, and head out to the left to arrive in the crystalline mean. This is where you'll find our collective crafters and gatherers, as well as the spokeswoman, Catelys, one of the few people I should like you to meet. Another is Moran. To reach him and his cabinet of curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps. Take the exit to the left and simply continue straight down along and down until you come to a large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like to meet is Broggy, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. Oh, the sun is already setting. I've been standing here all day. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you'll visit major districts in the city and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough. Oh, crystal clear. Huh, very good. I see what you did there. Very punny. I can see the layout of the Crystarium owes more to historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be finding the way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exach. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. Okay. When you finish making the rounds, pray meet me at the large center of the courtyard in the center of town. Until then. The mouth is still waking up. I mean, I should be fully awake by now. Yes, I'll attune. Done. Alright, shortcut time. You're gonna see that my load times are a little slow. That is because I am on the PS4. One day I will get a PS5. One day. New to the city, friend. The spinning head and wide eyes give you away. Welcome, my name is Bragi, and I am the master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I am not in the habit of using it. Too floored by half. In any case, our merchants stock in a range of equipment for beasts such as yourself, so finding something your size shouldn't be a problem. I'm sorry, did you say bees? Aye, something wrong. Hey, look over there. Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one is a whom. The taller one is an elf. The sturdy individual is a Galgent, whilst the one with the horns is a Dron. And then you have the large, scaly chaps with the long tails and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zune. Which apparently not the name you know them by. Now I'm curious to know what far-flung region you hailed from. I'm from the Crystal Exach's homeland. Same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that. We had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite the obvious learning, they floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry. Should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the chat notification. What's my favorite class? Yes. I'll explain in a sec. Just wait till the cutscene finishes. Rad to see this place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the sin-eaters come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized too. Thanks to us in the mean, we work together to procure materials and resources to craft the goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking it'll be all handed to you on a plate like those humor and layabouts. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor. Haha, 'cause I got my crafters. You don't have that whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, can't quite pin down your profession. Where's it you're from? Exarch's homeland. One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him, and any friend of his is a friend of ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. At the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up, with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower. The place gradually expanded into a thriving metropolis you see today. Our city stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. So if he, and you, wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you want to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catalyst and I'll find you a niche here in the Crystal Mean. You can help us keep the cause of the city greased and turning. What's my favorite class? Yes. So currently as a tank, I am 100% completely a mastery of Paladin, so that's my go-to, followed by Gunbreaker, Dark Knight, and Warrior. As for the melee DPS, I prefer Samurai, with Reaper really close second, then Dragoon, then Ninja actually, then Monk. As for healers, Sage, 100%. I suck with the rest of these. Sage. Melee ranged, Machinist. And on the occasion, Dancer. As for magic, Red Mage. Can't do Summoner, can't do Black Mage. Blue Mage is on its own. Which is why if you see... where is it? This hotbar. It's for... whatever I need to be. Tank, Paladin. Healer, Sage. Magic, Red Mage. If I feel like doing magic, but chances are it's DPS, I'm going Samurai. Though you won't see Samurai for much longer. Once the first dungeon pops up, I'll be switching to Dark Knight. And that'll be the beginning of the end. Can I just jump down from here? No. Even though I have to get underneath. Where are the stairs? No, that goes up. I want to go down. And then again, I could just teleport. What am I doing? Cabinet of Curiosity. Excuse me, sir, are you recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and, well... what I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll, even? A scrap of scribbled-on parchment? No. My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, and as well as a profession. Librarian Moore at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do what we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title particular? Mayhap a spark of academic research? Do you have any ones with picture books? Oh, so you've an interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives, I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I've illustrated a history book for children. There we go. I remembered the joke. Somewhere. Just a moment and I'll fetch it for you. Just me sitting in the library with the juice box. Oh, and here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair? Make yourself more comfortable? On with the lesson then. Oh. A 100 years ago, or near enough to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pulled and swelled without cease until the day an enormous blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We called this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet, just when it seemed that all would be lost, a saviour appeared before us, the Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and approaching doom, and by her powers did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvrent, and Norvrent alone, spared the fate of erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgent presence stole the light from northern sky. Even now they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. Wasn't that just wonderful? And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I will be glad to retell it for you. Oh, would you rather I speak of other matters? That too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. Oh, here's a fun fact if you never noticed. Here's a map of Norvrent. Looks a little familiar, don't it? Well, that's because, how do I change it? If you line it up with the map here, it's almost exactly a 1-for-1. There's just a better way of showcasing it. But you have Lenosha here, you have Kurthus up here, Mordona in the middle, Phandalin down below, the Black Shroud over here. Same as Mordona in the middle, Lenosha over here, Kurthus up top, the Black Shroud over here, Ul'dah, which has been partially consumed. Whee! Ow. Where is he? There he is. I missed him. How was I switching between the maps? Oh, hold on. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of this world and its people? Alright, cancel that. So you'll see under the map, there's right stick to scroll, triangle to switch type. Switching type switches out the map that it is, like this shows all the connecting stuff and the places I can teleport. Going further, it just shows the world map, and if I hold L1 and then press square, I can toggle between a floor, which lets me switch between the source and Norvrent, and the first. Yet it seems you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand that it was something of a chore, but it was necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origins, you may have noted the details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, the selfsame one you know from the source, transported to the first in its entirety. Well, I mean, I don't know if you play on console or PC, it's different button prompts, but same principle. Sorry, you may hear me sneeze. These allergies. It was my attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds, something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. Although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. PS5. Ah, well, same thing. Same exact principle. You might also notice things are in different sizes. Oh, right. Not that. This. Okay, it's all turned off. You know, if you click down on the right stick, you make things bigger. Unfortunately, you have to cycle through to get it back to how it was. You've done as I requested and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time to fill my half of the bargain and explain what has befallen your comrades. That is a conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters, however. I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things, but I shall see that the god knows to admit you. Oh, yeah, just like that, then Grahatia is. I'm not familiar with that name. Is there something I should know? He's a friend of mine who went to sleep in the Crystal Tower. An extraordinary tale, but I'm afraid I found no such individual residing in the tower when it passed into my care. Maybe we can revisit that mystery for another time. For now, I think it's best we focus on the present. If Graha's not in the tower, then where is he? Unless he pulled it from a time period when Graha's not in the tower. Greetings, sir. The exile awaits within. Ah, thank you for the follow. Unfortunately, I'm streaming off my PlayStation, so no woo notification, but I do see it on my phone.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow scions. To put it simply, they are here in the First. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the source.
Oh, wow. Oh, so we're on the same time frame. Why, were you up all night? If anything, good night. Or good morning. Sleep well. Oh, alright, well, go get some sleep. Sleep's important.
In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the First, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time.
Alright, well, don't wear yourself out.
As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5. Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the First for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch. Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
What have they been doing all this time? I don't want to sound too mean.
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no-man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die.
Oh, well, yeah, just drop that on me.
And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
For the moment.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
I mean, I am a little hungry. The Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room has just become available at the Pendants, which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets along, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction of the West. Come along.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here. Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough.
Really?
Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
Like what? No. Oh no. No. Not the tombstones.
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld. Avan Kerm Sin?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine gentleman is a friend from a distant realm.
Hello.
We have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from his home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin. But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
Yeah, I hope so.
Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isnefis, and you my Snayak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other. Raise your hand. Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap a message to your friends in the source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Send a message to Tataru. Hey, Taro,
Consider
please.
it done.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by Pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
As a result of the pact to fail, you can now blah blah blah. Speaking of which, I cannot access it during New Game Plus. I just remembered. I will have to check it later. I'm going in the wrong direction. Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants of the duration of your stay, to make use of it as you see fit. When you are ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray rest and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the Ocular anon. I believe that covers all the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, Naren. We all denied the comforting blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. Pleasure to meet you, sir, and welcome to your new home at the Pendants. Your room is ready if you care to retire. Thank you, I would. Oh, the armoire, the glamour dresser, just like home. And the wondrous view of a blinding sky. That's depressing.
You.
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the source.
The warrior of darkness? What are you doing here?
What? Did you just... You can hear me? Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The warrior of darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back.
Yeah, all you did was take away the D out of your name.
If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source and try to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia. How she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the first. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness. Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
They say about 100 years.
100 years. 100 long years. My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that?
Oh, well, if you must know, Sass, I was summoned here by the Crystal Exach to stay off of calamity.
You were summoned to save the first. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
That's a little creepy, though. I cannot sleep. Alright. Time to speak with the Exarch. What do you... seriously? Whatever, I can repair my gear myself. I want to make sure my gear's in tip-top shape.
Ah, how did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest.
I think I'll keep this to myself, though. Well enough, thank you.
That is good to hear. Should you want for anything, pray let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts. This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the flood of light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Ilmeg. That is where you'll find Urianger. To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins. Each of them is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium.
Excuse me.
Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alizé, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armareng. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe. So, will it be Calicia or Armorain? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you have made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of sin-eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Alright, that's good. I'm going to go visit Alphino first. Not because I don't like Alize, but I feel starting with Alphino is a good lead up into going into Alize's, then going into what happens next, due to how close they are region-wise. You visit Alphino and Calucia then? Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you need a mount capable of making the journey. Here's a letter of introduction. Presented to Sezem Genmai, the master of beasts in Tenemos Rookery. He will take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. Can I access my clan Nazi stuff? I can. I'm still short by a lot. I should really get on to doing them hunts. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? Signed by the Exarch no less. Yes, I can provide you with an armor for passage to Calucia. Oh, pick out a friendly whelp. Not a chocobo then. A chocobo? Do you hail from one of Norvrent's more isolated settlements, perchance? I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. But here in the Crystarium, mounts like the grey fellow over there are far more commonly used. Seeing as you plainly unaccustomed to riding Amuro, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zune worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amuro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you while I ready the mounts. Okay. Chocobo. Amuro launch. You want to fly Amuro to Calucia? Well, I suppose that Master Genmai is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mount shortly.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
We are arrived. This is Crackshell Beach on the eastern coast of Colusia. We should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, sea nature attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not many more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. Spy you the city in the distance. That is Yulmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale and was once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years the Yulmoran elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remained of our broken world. They have gone as far to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection, if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resisted their heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Yulmore is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. Alright, noted. I'm glad we understand each other. Now the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to the Fisherman's Shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Ivor. Ivor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Colusia, and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme. That will let him know you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with the Amaro until you are ready to return. Yeah, so he says, like, I'm gonna run all the way over there. What are you after? Fish? Crab? Got an eel in a barrel somewhere if you have a taste for them. Now, how about this? Oh, I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in the pan and it's like a bloody festival of flavor. Now, what is it I can do for you? Can't say there have been many major upsets to report these past few weeks. Actually, I'm looking for Alphino. Alphino? I know the one. One young champion of the downtrodden. Not one. Yulmore is richer than all of Northern put together, but it's a different story for them as they live. As live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to help another stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now. Get a message to him, but you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Look for Still-Tide. That's a fishing village just up the path. You're looking to run down excuse for a tavern the locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there and I'll see that Alphino joins you. Okay, so they cut all of them down up until Shadowbringers, which will probably then get cut down and then till Shadowbringers, till Endwalker, and then the others, DawnTrail, will be just as long. It's your first time in a tavern. It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. What will you be having? Water, please. A fine choice. What will you be paying with? Gil? Well, now, those are exotic. Where'd you come by coins like that? I'm sorry, dear, I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and I'm about to go begging for one from the neighbors, so we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Oh, here's an idea. There's a common to the north here where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more than we have. We say do a bit of extermination work. Let's just squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give them an earful for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring as not. Do that for me and you can laze about as long as you like. Okay. And I'm gonna turn off the mount music. I guess it's because I'm not in combat. Sclapes. The sclapes. Remember the sclapes. Remember the sclapes. They still exist. No response. Maybe you need to knock louder. No response. Perhaps the occupant is hard of hearing? You're faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to burst in and save the day, brave adventurer. No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest the rats have taken up residence in their absence. Welcome back, dear. What did that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? Nothing. He seems like he hasn't been home in a while. Gone? Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gay Town, outside Yulemore. You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And here I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw another drink on the house.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Tis good to see you, my friend.
It's good to see you too, Alphino.
The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alphino, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
Me? I was more worried about you.
Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before.
Alright, so we're at war.
I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure?
You know me.
And so we take to the road once more.
Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you might be lucky enough to see why we have yet to set foot in Yulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Come. From here we must head west and then cross a small bridge. Calusia seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar? I had a similar impression of Crystarium. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. To think that whenever calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. Uh-oh. No, get away from me! Over there! Quickly, someone's in trouble. Uh-oh. My poor heart. Thank you, young sir. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings, but I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. Are you alright, madam? Just a few bruises from where I fell, nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Yulmore with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies will welcome a crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the sending this task any easier. Thank you again, you saved my life. Now, I'm sure a strapping lad like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger this long in this place. It's not to be had here but cobwebs and memories. As the lady says, men in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Yulmore's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few within the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have been told to these monsters? A brief history then. It was not long after the flood swallowed the better part of the world that the Sin Eaters first appeared, some beastly, some beauteous. Yet regardless of the form, all seem incapable of speech, and all are driven by the same insatiable appetite for mortal ether. They are predators, and we are the prey. Galicia suffers from far fewer attacks than most regions, but even so, the list of Sin Eaters' victims grows longer by the day. A tragedy without end. Still, we have won a small victory this time at least. Now shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks and follow the path that leads west.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh? I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
I'm sorry, what?
He's not here to compete. Leave him be.
What? I was only making conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please! Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all! Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu! Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another, we may not at all.
Fish, is it? Was there anyone?
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back! Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in the City of Splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor. Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident! For you!
Ah, last!
Enjoy!
Thank goodness.
Meal is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gate Town, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity, yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Now that you understand why my attempts to end the city thus far come to naught, the dubious privilege of residency must be one of a contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Yulmar's current ruler came into power. And from what I've seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract the people from a shared struggle against the cities, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I tried to propose ways they could improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. Their attitude is so entrenched now. I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Gate Town and judge the situation for yourself. Let me start over here. Oh, this guy. Still here, are you? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of Yulmar's pie. You ask me, you should ditch the sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gate Town's not much to look at, but at least it's safe, and the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted. Large pot bubbles over the flame, pale chunks meal you realize float in the otherwise plain broth. Oh. Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Oh dear, a trio of life waits for me on the outside. Oh, what would they ever pick me? Apparently I never got this. Where is it? There it is. You've seen what Gate Town has to offer. These people can no longer fend for themselves. They become dependent on the handouts of meals and believe Yulmar is the answer to their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay, unable to conceive any other way of life. You disapprove of Yulmar. It is difficult to make the final judgment without first seeing the city's inner workings. Mayhap it is that uncertainty which always makes me feel so ill at ease here. Not that it matters, however unjust the system seems to me. If these people claim to be content with their lot, it's hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take the elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Yulmar's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all forced to seek refuge in Gate Town, and so hamlets and fields across the land are left empty and untended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Nay, I am not convinced that Yulmar's generosity truly serves the best interests of Calusia's people. I am not so naive to think there is some miraculous solution to all this, yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hard-working villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure how until I take these long-delayed steps into Yulmor's gates. It is fortunate that you arrived when you did, Niran. I've been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city, and if all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. There's a beast tribe who makes a home in the sea surrounding the islands of the islands. The Ondo they are called, though you and I know them as the Sahagin. For the most part, they keep to themselves in the ocean grottos and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Taro took such great pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular. When I offered to procure such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor, would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded Yulmorn lord will have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. Have you? My appointment with the Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Why don't you help me make the exchange? Excellent. I'd be glad for your company. First things first, then, we must pay a visit to Moshamoa, my supplier in Right. Come, it's just the northwest of here. Alright, off we go. Is there something I do for you, friend? Good day to you, Moshimoa. This is my associate Niran. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. I loaded your lackey up with the goods not too long ago. My lackey? I know of no such person. Mr. Lad, short blue hair? No? He said he called on your behalf and seemed to know all the details I just assumed. Confounded, someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. If the charlatan were here not long ago, he cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point to the south of the town, and I shall take the west. Alright. Let's see what I can spy with my little eye. Well, there's him, but perhaps there could be something else. Perhaps a bird. I can go no higher. Alright, no bird searching. Hold. Gotcha. Near any sign of him. By over yonder lighthouse. The keen eye, let us move in before he makes good on his escape. Freeze!
There you are. The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea, get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear. Must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmoran's interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shear, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best. We strive to bring swift salvation to this world. That countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
Come on. It's not who you are, Alpha, no.
I suppose not. Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old Alfino, ever the slave to sentiment.
But I thank you for your kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending. Shall we return to Wright then?
Yep. Lead the way.
Is that?
Alright, this is a pretty good time to pause. Let's see. Oh, hey, Despair. We're finally in Shadowbringers. If you were here earlier, you would have met someone else who stopped by for the stream. Alas, they went to sleep. They work a night shift.
I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble.
That or he's dead, Alpha, no.
Come on.
Hey.
They may need our help.
Like, cleared base Shadowbringers or all of Shadowbringers, and now you're going into Endwalker. Ah, you're an Endwalker. Congratulations. Hey, you're getting there. And when you're done with all of Endwalker, you'll be ready for DawnTrail. I gotta warn you though, I will be partaking in early access, so I will be like spoilers. That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Mercy. Mercy, I beg you. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. Doing near stuff right now, though. Yeah, best to get the Alliance raids out of the way. I won't be doing those on stream. They have no story bearing of any kind. Once I get to that. I will supplement it, though, with another thing. The poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. Doing it for glamour. Yeah, the near gear is good glamour. I thought for certain I was dead. How am I to ever repay this kindness? We'll settle for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Crystal. I was invited into Yulmore as an artist. Oh, wait, he seems a little young. Probably shouldn't go that gruff, even though he's just drowning. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them. But when my style proved contrary to the taste, they just as quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Valter's city. Within days, they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. Little I know how soon he would grant my wish. He flung me over the balustrade into the goddamn ocean. From up there, how are you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. Though if you hadn't found me when you did, I wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous. And the citizens condone such barbaric punishment. Oh, without a second thought, when Lord Valtteri passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. Yulmore is what is law. Huh, hold on a sec. Oh, I wonder if you does yours, because I thought it would be like I thought it would be like a standard sitting like this, but then I saw that it was this one. If you change your pose on how you sit, does that also change in the cutscene? I'll have to experiment on this later. The more I hear about Yulmore, the more determined I am to see what awaits within its walls. I shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first we should convey Crystal to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. Away into the city. Pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life, and if you'll permit me, I would assist in your attempt to enter Yulmore, so far as I am able at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into an awful place makes me sick to my stomach, but since it's plain you've signed set on it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Yulmore and Elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want. If I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Are you certain? This is your livelihood. We cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I'll give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided, but I shan't stay long in this place, not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession, and I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying day. Oh, right. As you can see, I am still a samurai. That is because I will not be switching until a certain point in the story. After the first dungeon. They say kindness is its own reward, but Crystal has repaid us with the gift as timely as was expected. We will, however, need to act upon this advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skills with the brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant? Sure, why not? Then it's settled. All we need now is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile justice. Do 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 do. I don't know how long part 1 is slated to be, so it might be broken into parts again, but I kind of want to wrap things up after the first dungeon, because I'm getting a little hungry. Which means I might stream more tomorrow. Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. We welcome the peddler who made pearls from a plum, and now we've a place for a painter of a plum. So come along and don't be slow, it's time to let your colors show. Are you a painter? I am a fucking painter. I'm gonna doodle a stick, dude. I can paint. Portraits at least. Landscapes and still lifes are so rarely commissioned these days. Oh, I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you should feel at ease around an easel. What proved your prowess? Any masterpieces on your person? Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold, such is the life of a working artist. I only have my brush to testify for me though you will notice I've seen no small amount of service. Oh, flecks of paint, both old and new. A tool much loved and much used. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop. Very well, come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. And who is this hanger-on? Well-wisher or a parasite? Why, this is my assistant. He whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. I will go with him or not at all. Parasite then. We shall leave his fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not a whit to us. And having filled our latest vacant space, we retire to your more sweet embrace. Oh, mercy me, the meal! We almost took our leave without leaving a loving token. We must empty these sacks ere we make our way back. Considering we never see them again and inspiring future events, I'm pretty sure they're killed off. I'm going to take great pleasure in doing it.
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days.
When are we get the pole dancing emote square? You put poles in the game for us to use. When are we gonna get the pole dancing emote?
Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
Here we go. Up to the gilded gates of Yulmore. Welcome to the city of final pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificence. No, not even a single tear? Moving right along then. Our first task is to register you as residents. You know, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way, so you just need to put on your happy faces and head through the joyous halls. The Bureau of Immigration is in the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation in a nice loud voice. The clerk will tell you where to go from there. Oh, pay no mind to the folks off to the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gate Town, they haven't earned the right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow men, then by all means, take your time. But why waste another moment? Go! Enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise. The Bureau of Immigration, was it? I suppose we had better show ourselves willing for the time being. Well, I guess I'm next in line. I wonder if, like, day one of Shadowbringers, or, you know, I'm gonna say the first week, people actually waited in line properly. Welcome to your more fortunate friends. May I have your names? I am Alphino, an artist, and this is Niren, my assistant. Ah, yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forego the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Yulmore are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Valtteri, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You'll be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in capacity for which you were chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free, or accept work as a general laborer. I see, and you might tell us something of the patron we are to serve? Two patrons, actually. Chai Nuz and Julia Chai, a mystical couple whom most refer to as the Chais. They are both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility, for your own sake as much as theirs. Now, a moment please while I complete the relevant paperwork. Scribble scrabble here, scribble scrabble there. A bees and an elf. All is in order. Your registration documents. Thank you. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Yulmore citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise. I'm not awake enough for raids yet. Oof. I got out of a queue. Welcome to the Bureau registration. Papers, please. First raid was very hard for me. Yeah, your first time is always difficult because you don't know the mechanics you're dealing with. On the second near one. Let me see if I remember. The first one was in that place, fighting 9S. The second one... Okay, the second one... for one of the bosses, you'll be in like a command center type thing. Just when you see people run to the corner, follow them. Other than that, the rest of it should be easy to manage. Just dodge the gaps and watch for the openings. What have we here? Alphino artist, Niren artist assistants to be employed in the service of Lord Chai Nuz and Lady Julia Chai. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think we best deliver you to the Chai residence before... Oh. Oh dear. You smell hideous. I don't smell that bad, do I? Did you crawl here through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. Proceed directly to the glossary next door and scrub yourselves clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you'll want to splash yourselves with this perfume. Liberal. You'll want to splash yourselves with this perfume. Liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Conan, the guard by the stairs, will give you directions. I hadn't realized we were so aromatic. You know, if I was to be an artist assistant, at least I would, you know, dress more appropriately. But alas, I cannot do these quests unless I'm a disciple of war. What debate in here then? Oh, I'll take this one. Look away, please. You rinse yourself in a clean stream of water. Nice and clean. Oh god, that's right. I should probably like clean my inventory or something. Oh right, I forgot I had these. Okay, what are the odds I'm gonna get a mount? Okay, Alizé. Another minion. Fat cat. Alright, come on. RNG gods. Damn it. I got that one, I got that one, I got that one, I got that one. Dump those in the FC chest. Oh, and what paint am I getting from these? Brown. Purple. Oh, right, yeah, I smell fresh. How come that wasn't made into like a fucking emote or some shit? Oh, you've showered and dressed already, have you? It's not that is to say. It seems rather exposed for one's appellations, does it not? Alizé would be drying her hair by now. What would a Stinian say? Hurry up and shower, Stinky. Technically, no. When are you first starting to be regarded as the Warrior of Darkness? Fine, quick rinse then. It's after the first dungeon, so then I might as well dress for the part. You do raise a valid point, though. Smelling fresh. Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go present ourselves to our new patrons then? Speaking of which... Oh, right. My original glams are kind of gone now. My Viper glam is complete. Okay, so I have it as that sword because it all matches. I originally wanted it to be... Where was it? Where is it? I might have gotten rid of it. No, there it is. Yep, I have it. Where is it though? Oh, there it is. I originally wanted it to be this one. However... try on. It doesn't match with the outfit well, even though I would like it. But that would require me to redo the whole glam to fit around the blade. True, but the only people I'm doing the dungeon with are duty support. The Crystal Exach, Alphino, and Alizé, unless I want to switch it to Captain Lena, which I might. Which... No, I'm going to stick with my original plan of doing it after the dungeon. Oh, I gotta go upstairs. Which means I need to talk to someone. You're looking to present yourself to the Tris, are you? Let me explain how the city's laid out then. Imagine 3 layers, one on top of the other. This layer here is called the buttress. Above us is the understory where the military has its headquarters, and above that is we got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Yulmore spend their days. So if you want to find your new patrons, you'll need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs, then look for the Grand Dame's Parlor. They'll be in there, like it's not. Wait, what am I doing? I'm being a fool. The best cat couple.
Oh, who's this then?
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you are in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers. I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he will paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome to Yulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Naren at your service.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis he who best understands my work. With his unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than him being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city he has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for his priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on his behalf.
Did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have his wish. He shall be free to roam to his heart's content. Isn't that right, darling?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
Thanks, Miss Chai. Alright, I'll begin snooping. Alright, a quick brief explanation about when I've always swapped my jobs. I've done it when it felt appropriate in the story. Like, for Warrior's what I started off as. And the reason why was because when I finally came to Eorzea, it was the axe that I was studying at the time. When it came to Dragoon, that was partway through Heavensward's story when it came to the trial by combat, because no doubt word would have gotten around about me wielding an axe. Showing up with a spear would have thrown them for a loop. Going with Monk was to adapt to the arid climate of Alamigo and blend in with people, and then picking up the sword, the katana, in the east to blend in. Could have been me when I was coming me out of the beehive. So now, after doing the one task of the Warrior of Darkness, oh well, you know, might as well blend in. And then come Endwalker, it's... well, these will be my two outfits for going to Garlemald. I don't have anything normal, so I'll be sticking with the Dark Knight gear for a while, and then only towards when I get this outfit from Tataru, which I've dyed to keep red because I like the red. Along with the family sword and Hashifant being with me. Now that you've the opportunity to experience Yulmore, I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city top to bottom. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls mayhap. Such places are usually filled with colorful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with a friendly visitor. I would appreciate, of course, you could possibly share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. You got it. Oh, hello there. First register, are we? You seem a little lost. Yeah, it's Ted. I'm just exploring. Oh, it is lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant on your wanderings, would you? Big, strong lad, long hair tied back. It was calling me on a shopping errand where every earth I dropped my handkerchief. Then we went in here all alone when he's been off searching for it. Not terribly fond of being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Get this silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. There he is. Hey buddy, you good down there? Let me push you off a little more. I figured, but what are you trying to blend in for? Nobody knows you, so you could show up as a rodeo clown. That's why I'm confused. I'm gonna get attention if I show up as a rodeo clown. No, listen, alright. You're famous, don't forget that. You're the warrior of light, the savior of champion of Eorzea, along with the scions of the Seventh Dawn. You're well known. Once word gets out that you're in the area, people who do know you are gonna start looking out for you. Yes, you can wander around towns hoity-toity, but that doesn't mean that someone's not going to spot you and start relaying about your whereabouts. Thank you, my friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. The winds must have blown it over the edge, but luckily I caught on something. Thought if I could just stretch out far enough. You must think highly of your mistress. She's my entire world. Without her, I am nothing. Oh god, he's a tier 3 sub. When I first came to Yulmore, I thought of only improving my lot in life. There was so much more to the city than wealth and plenty. There's no war here, no conflict. Residents all treat each other with the warmth and respect. My mistress has ever been so kind to me, I can think of no other place in Colusia where I could possibly be happier. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. But how to stop when I start counting my blessings these days? Please, just come with me to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deed, you'll be witness to her generosity firsthand. Speaking of your lady, she wants you. What? Lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet, I must return to her immediately. Oh, right, sorry. I also forgot. That's not what I wanted. That's not it. Getting my ass handed to me by Xenos, not once but twice, spurred on the change into starting to wield this sword instead. Also stealing some Imperial armor while I'm at it. My attendant told me everything. I'm grateful that you were here to offer assistance. You value him highly then. As if you were a member of my own family, could not live the wondrous life I lead without him. We free citizens owe the bond of our unending gratitude. If in another society our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Yulmore, a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires the free surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided the ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of one thing of earning coin is almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents who do enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, I have not forgotten you, of course. Our courageous messenger turned rescuer. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. Oh, I never interrupted your work duly. Oh, no, I've just been given free run to run around and explore. But toward the city, then you must visit the beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Yeah, local humor. Oh, ha. Anyway, I read that too fast. Any lady by the name of Trista B, or By, I'm gonna go with B, usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak to you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on a good side. Oh boy. I'm going to the happy place. Where dreams come true. And you catch chlamydia. Welcome to the beehive, my little drone, seeking a sting of excitement to liven up your day. I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the never sluttering, you see, always gives them away. Okay, with all the fucking bee puns she's doing, I'm definitely calling her last name B. Why don't we play a card set to enter? Use a quick game of low or high. I read that in reverse. Simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor. Within reason, of course. Interested? Sure. Three cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip over yours, and I flip over 2 of mine. Now, what's it called? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? Okay, she's got 5 and 6. That's 11. I have 3. I don't know what the other 2 are, but the possibility of me being lower than hers is... I want to say it's 50-50 because there's a chance I might pull like an 8 and a 9. So I'm going to say I'm lower. Well, low then. Alright, let's see what you got. See what I mean? My card is 12 and you have higher than 12, 16. Oh, sorry, honeybee. This match goes to me. Roll it back. Okay. Definitely low now. You win. First try. But I say a rematch. One more win and we'll talk about that favor. Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm calling high. $15. Ooh, just by 1. Whoa, would you look at that? I think you got a knack for this newcomer. Yeah, sheer determination. Sheer determination to run it back. Come whisper in my ear then, don't be shy. Tell old Trista what she can do for you. You want to tell me about the place? That's all. How delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then it's what you shall have. Wait, are you saying I could have gotten, like, more? Are you saying I could have gotten the sex for 2 card games? In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from sin eaters. They say Lord Balthor was born with the power to command them, which means no Yulmorn need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words out of Arthon over there. That's not the very sound likes more than the sound of his own voice. Whoop. Oh, this guy. What's that? New to Yulmor, you'll say? If you're looking to peel away the layers of mystery, oh, I'm all for chatting, but you need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. Tell you what, you hop on stage and give us a dance first, and then we'll have a little talk. Oh, I mean, alright. It's not like I got a sexy glam going. Do I? Well, I mean, yeah, these are nothing but my underwear. All right, he wants the sexy dance. He's getting the sex. What do you mean I don't have room? No, apparently not. I don't have room. Why do I have these anyway? Oh yeah, because they show the fingers. All right, go into the inventory. You want your sexy dance, mister? Here's your sexy dance. Do I have to actually dance? Yep. Which is funny because Vieira boys do have a sexy dance. Where's dance? Where's dance? Where's dance? There it is. Oh, I forgot about this. That's the way. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, well... enough. Tell me what you know. Now that was the show. You're welcome to clamber up on stage anytime you like. So, what was it that you wanted to ask? Ah, yeah, something about our fair city. Well, I'll tell you what, it wasn't always people as it is today. Your modern army may be the very essence of our military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Sin Eaters. Things changed for us, though, and around 20 years ago, when the old ruler's son came into power. Got away with the Eaters, you see. Turns them docile like house cats. Wouldn't exaggerate to say that it becomes something of an ally to you more, no longer an enemy to be feared. Yet elsewhere, there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Pfft. A toast to Lord Balthree. Interesting. Alpha, no, I'm done snooping. Hello, Miss Chai. Oh, right, I gotta voice her. I forgot. Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city so soon. You needn't hurry back. Young Alpino has yet to put brush to canvas. Oh, interesting. One cannot rush good art, I'm told. Or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally. Oh, dude, you're done? Oh. He got the drip. He paid, how much is it on the Square Enix store? The Mog Station, like $18? I put together an ensemble of garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh, goodness gracious me. The last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy, however am I to decide? I don't recall this part of the artistic process. Exactly. That is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly... Well, I not. That is to say, as long as he loves his wife so much, he doesn't want to displease her in any way. Just to make sure you've got the lad time to prepare, we know who will be upset if he's not ready to paint at a moment's notice. Whatever you say, darling, so shall I pick out some jewelry next? Well, whatever. Well, you got your work cut out for you, Alpino. Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress whilst painting. But this obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spend indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the lower layers below us and sniff out the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell. You got it, boss. You know what sucks, Despair? every now and again I catch a whiff of something and it triggers a memory smell for me. And that memory smell, funny enough, is tacos. And as DawnTrail gets closer and closer, I swore to myself that I wouldn't eat any tacos or get Taco Bell until DawnTrail comes out, or at least early access. But god damn, am I craving Taco Bell. It's been like a fucking year since I've had any. And then I'll just catch a whiff that reminds me of the lettuce. And I'm like, I want some. Did I ever make it to the... Yes, I made the lamppost jump. I'm pretty sure I talked to... There she is. You're one of the bonded, aren't you? Like me. Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not gotten any better. My patron thinks I'm no use to him, then. I need to sneak out to the derelict and describe my condition to Thoriach. Here's a list of symptoms. A hunk of meal to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to. Okay. Oh, wait. No, I teleported to the wrong spot. Doctor. Doctor, tell me the news. Oh, he's old. You need medicines, tonics, potions. Coughing, hoarse, hard to swallow. Feels like there's something there. Sore throat. A cure for an ailing voice, is it? No, no medicine will cure this. He thinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. Must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. Poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder? Or simply silence her chirps? Oh, your face, you know, one of the many hopefuls who entered the city. Very few I ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Oh, you might see one or two fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest? Gone. A town of nightmares, is it? Not for this ship's rat. Oh, no, no. I'm content to scurry around here and nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. The consultation is over. You have my verdict and I have my meal. Good day. Aw, poor thing. She's got cancer. That's a little sad. She's got throat cancer and she's a singer. Ow. Did you get my medicine? Unfortunately, there is no cure. So that's it then. What am I to do if I can't sing? Ah, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can. Even the apothecary said. So you've been suffering all this time? I'm sorry, my pet. I didn't realize your affliction was this grave. But you needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out onto the street. You are too kind, sir. What do you survive? I cannot sing. I fear the day I become a more burden to you than treasure. I shall word with Lord Valtteri and arrange for your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness, nor will your song ring out clearly. No illness will your song ring out clearly once again. May help you think it a step too far. No, you would do that for me. Of course. I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension. Knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there for me to greet. Waiting to greet me. I can't speak. I'm old. What is this ascension you speak of? Ah, you must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the sin eaters exist to devour the sinful, but do so they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them onto celestial paradise. It is through Lord Valtteri we learn this truth. It's through Lord Valtyr's grace that the free people of Yumo are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within our host, should the patrons deem them worthy. Lord Valtyr is truly a great man, isn't he? Now, if you'll excuse me, let's be on our way. May you find eternal salvation and the compassion you have showed my precious canary. Huh. Interesting. I think we're nearing the end of Alphinaud's story. Oh. It's very nice, Alphinaud. It's good to see you back. You were taking so long I began to worry something happened. I began sketching the outline for the portrait, but nay, the eyes appear otherwise occupied. Will you share with us your investigations gleaned thus far? So, Lord Valtyr boasts a manner of influence over the citiness, does he? That will explain the reverence in which he's held by the citizenry. Excuse me, I have to drink some water. As for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that of the apothecary and his ominous remarks. If so many folks have entered the city over the years, then where do they go? I take my eye off you for one moment, and you're chattering away with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done then? Meow! What in the blazes? It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Alphinaud. Why is she dummy thick? With 2 C's. She should be 3 C's. Where's your artistic interpretation? Should evoke images of affluence and nobility, and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Chai, it's a fucking outline. I'm not done yet. Lord Chai, you stated this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary. Yours being a joyous union, it seemed to me that a realistic portrayal. Realistic? I don't want realism, I want perfection. A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement. Now fetch a blank canvas and... it's screaming. Did you guys hear that? I say, did that come from above? Ugh, these two. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose, set to ruin our fair city. But our Lord has got him now, and fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who watched it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. That didn't rhyme. A malcontent? How dreadful. This man is to face sentencing. That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the emergent. The level above us where Lord Valtyr resides. Ordinarily, you'd be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening the doors for the next little while. The Crown Lift will take you up there. We better not dawdle then. I put my sword away. There we go. Joining up the crowd there. Yes, sir, Chad. Oh no, duplicate models standing in place.
That's him. That's Vorthri.
Good lord! Oh no, he's got a harem.
He's attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
Mercy! Mercy!
Excuse me, sorry.
By the 12. Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Vorthri, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Yulm is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society! To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do? But offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin eaters are part of Yulmor's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
'Tis true that Kaishia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmor?
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin Eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
More like savages. Oh, sorry, Garlean slipped out.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmor. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Burn.
Can you walk?
I think so.
Careful, if you look in a mirror, it might break.
Did that little worm just insult me? I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
Lo, who be there in the background? Well, I think our stay in Yulmore is done, wouldn't you agree? Forgive me, in my anger I seem to have marched us back outside again. It was probably for the best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've won out our welcome in Yulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the city eaters will find few allies in Calusia. We'll accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Right. Kashir, I have done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate and offered you a solution without once considering the risk inherent in you accepting it. If I had but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But anyway, after all the trouble I caused, you stepped in and saved me. And now Lord Valtteri wants us all dead. Why not come back to us with the Crystarium? I am certain we can find work for you there, if you're willing. No, that would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking. Learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Yulmorans may come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry. You can take care too. Give me the chance to repay you what, give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Oh no. Lord and Lady Chai. What in the blazes did you do? The entire city looking for you. I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alphino. Now I've had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I'll speak with Lord Valtteri and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings. No, he wants us dead. There is no one doing that. I am sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Pray, press me no further. We are leaving. But I would not presume to take the garments you were so kind to procure for me. One moment. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy. I insist. I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return. I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. Next time we meet, I shall be better prepared for the confrontation to confront the corruption Sorry. I'm getting low on water and getting a bit thirsty. Which hides behind the glittering facade. Well, this ain't the first time we're fugitives, Alpino. Doom, 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 doom. Thank you, my friend, for staying on my side through this whole sordid endeavor. Whilst not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Valtteri and his subjects. Come, we'll speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over. It's good to be back amongst friends. In such company I can finally turn my thoughts to the future. But ere we discuss what we have learned and begin planning our next step, I think it's best you visit Alizé. Her familiarity with Almorang will no doubt provide us invaluable insight. Besides, I know she is eager to see you as well as I. Bring a smile to her face, Niren. Ready to depart for Almorang? Alizé will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was, repeatedly. I hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, the letter of introduction addressed to a man named Kassad, the master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the deserts as well as he does. Find him at the Amaro launch, and he will see you reach your destination. Where is he? Oh. Doi. If you come looking for work, you'll have to I might have a spot for another god. Actually, here's a missive from the Exarch. Oh, a friend of the Exarch. Oh, to meet someone on Morang, are you? I shall be your guide. I was about to set off with the outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. All set, then off to the Unforgiving Sands we go.
Areng. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Areng once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Areng meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
No matter how many times I come here, the heat never fails to catch me off guard. Don't be surprised when the temperature drops at night, though. The sky's still bright, of course, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch's letter said I was to take you to that journey's head, which is where Alize, your friend, is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop in Mordsuk to break up the trek. Allow me to attend some business, and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. Alright, you lot, I'm off. I'll not see any of the goods covered in sand when I get back. Aye, sir. Right, let's southwest, straight as an arrow. Soon, we'll get the real Giga Tender, the Giga Chad Tender, and he'll punch us in the face. Stop here a moment. It's your first visit in Areng, is it not? While you cross the river sand, you'll need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. What? Oh. God, it's so bright. And it's daytime, even it's hurting my eyes. They built them big, didn't they? That's Kasur Shal, the fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Navatharang. Seeing what was left behind, I believe when they say there was once one of Northern's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along, great chunks of Navatharang's lands were lost to the light. Its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying, most of them anyway. Not many choose to come here these days. Not with everything in ruins, even the hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amaro roost for me and my caravan. But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Mordsuk. Let's press on, shall we? Wait, is that pray destroy the waking? Yeah. Hold on, what does it say? You have to make your own child to pray by creating patches of quicksand. They are diabolical things to be destroyed. Yeah, pray destroy the waking sands. Here we are, Mordsuk. Blessed by the shadow, I love this town. Oh, by the blessed shadow. Mordsuk, not just full of Mord, but humans and all manners of others too. It's been a long refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, you met a Mord before? Oh, have you met a Mord before? They look mighty, like, shifty little blighters, but more welcoming lot you could never wish to meet. Speaking of which, pay our respects to Master Gengen. I'll go ahead and let you know we arrived. Are you Master Gengen? No, I'm Master Gingin. I don't know why I'm running around. I can fly. It's so weird to see a kobold without their iron face on. It's only weirder to see a goblin. I want to see. That's a kobold. What beady eyes. You know what? No, that's a kobold.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
That's his voice. Forgot it was a little like Tim Curry.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Maud Souk.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too. Many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Maud Souk's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Maud dig up.
Man, this guy really is fucking giving in his Tim Curry impression. I kind of want to know who voiced Cassard.
Aye, that they do. For Maud do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value.
Hold on a sec, my glasses are dirty.
That is why they come here. Come from far away. Come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Maud philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed.
Yeah, who'd be a dick like that?
Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Maud says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer? I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here! Come and look!
You buy?
People, please.
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
It's like, back off, you vultures. He's got to travel across the desert. He doesn't need your dumb shit. Welcome to Ronron's, traveler. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? Okay, I have to look. Okay. What's the frogs on the stick? Oh, you like those chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding on the rocks, spit here with a stick, and they roast up with a fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside, perfect for snacking. Silly customer, you cannot eat Ron, not even for a velvet gold piece. Sorry, wrong one. My ever-burning bounty made with the best parts of lizard, cured with specialty spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on the chilly desert nights. Bread. I call that mush loaf. The middle of the stuffed bittersweet cactus fruit, so even the bread dries out, still moist on the inside. Keeps you going in the heat. Worms. Everyone's favorite plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wiggler, you'll never want for any other treat. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose? Which to choose? Okay. First time playing this, of course I went with the glazed wigglers, so time for something different. You know what? The mush loaf. I'll try the mush loaf. Very wise. You went down the sands with a gut full of cactus fruit filling. You have the gold. I have the gold. And done. One of on us used about 40 loaves of bread. 40. Alright. Every last mouthful. What an appetite for the belly. A new legend is born in Mortsuk. Consider your calling plus cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom, and Gengen will be pleased you honored ours. I'm fine. Keep the merchandise down, yes, no returns. Thanks. Blah. I was watching from here, Naren. You honored our customer with great relish. You always be welcome in Waldsuk. If you need anything in armoring, we are here to provide. Haha, you have courage, my friend. Ron wears are more exotic than Harper, but I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right, now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delay our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I can conclude my business here in Waldsuk. Yeah, give me time for the food to settle. Oh, never mind. Offering your services, are you? Very well, an assistant would certainly hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods I need picking up in the market, all properly paid for. Just need to do the lifting and the carrying. I'll go and take care of some last minute haggling then. See you in a bit. What? No, this is Budbud's private worm stash, not for sale. Sorry. Oh, right, I should probably actually... table cactus and iron ore, and Navathorang antiques. Mill to be collected from one mill. Nope, those are cured leathers. Am I supposed to get armaments? If you're handling Kassad's put to work, you come to the wrong place. He has no outstanding orders with my shop. Sorry. Maybe if I fly. Here we go. Here's something I need. Hey, no touching the merchandise. It's well good for all you can possibly change my mind with a better offer. I'm here to pick this up for Cassard. What? Cassard sent you? Why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. Oh, no. Even though you're just about to offer. The Mothering relics, was it? All packed in a box there. Handled with care. Wait, don't I need to pick up something from him? Yeah, the table cactus. You came with Cassard, yes, good. I can finally stop thinking about that sack. Please take your prickly purchase. Okay, and now... I need iron ore from Tholthol. Tholthol. Tholthol, 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 Tholthol. Kassad sent you, did he? Right. Yes, what kind of ore was it again? Iron ore. Iron ore, of course. That'll explain what the boxes I have here. It's all yours. Don't tell me you've been around the entire market already. Here you go. Alright, that's a lot. Alright, good work. And quick work too, considering you've not set foot in the place before. Thought you want to sit in the city like the Exarch, but something tells me you're a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I would have concluded my business before you returned, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll drag out my middleman and sort this mess out, so I don't make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Kassad, it feels like ages since I last saw you. Oh. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen. It's been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This gentleman here was on his way to meet with Alizé, supposed to be taking him to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Alizé told me so much about you. You're Niran, aren't you? Yeah. I knew it. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn, and I've gotten to know Alizé quite well since you took up guard duties there. Do you want me to take over as Niran's guide, Kassad? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it would be no trouble. That'll be great, thank you. Looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Almerang, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. Thank you, Kassad. I just noticed the delivery Moogle there, and I completely forgot that they exist here. Alizé has been desperate to see you, Niran, so let's get you to her sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. We'll just need to swing around the bridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. There are the spires. All set. I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you give your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself with too many bargains today. Did you think you can handle any beasts to try to make a meal of us? Sure. I thought you might. Alizé was sorry to say how much you... I mean, let's get going, shall we? Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Where you been? Those things can be nasty. And yet hardly a match for you, it seems. I always thought Alizé was strong, but in her mind, she was never... That makes sense. We should push on. It might be best you scout ahead and clear out any clues to how I sent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the growling and snarling from here, frightful creatures. That's what the rest of them are seeing your handiwork and know to avoid us now. You get the supplies back to the inn. Whoops. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. Seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay you the favor somehow, but first let's head inside, shall we? Whoa, this place doesn't look too much like an inn. Welcome to the inn at Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor for the Gastarium since Alice arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. The afflicted? You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alice who's so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folks are growing up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave something I might leave out something obvious, so maybe best to have Alice give you the full explanation. Now, where is she? I think she might be on a patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually took a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head outside and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. Almost out of water. Well, there are footprints here. Alice is nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints on the ground, and they look to be about the right size. Yeah, these are Alphanos footprints. Oh. Lead to the northwest. They continue northwest. This time to the west. And all over the place, it seems. So bright.
Get back here! Is that... It can't be.
Alice with the butt stab. Yeah, you almost lost that one, Alize.
I had it under control, right up until the moment I didn't. I'll do better next time. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner. How are you?
Oh, you know, hanging in there. How are you? As we friendly converse over the dissolving corpse.
We've fought them to a standstill, then. The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then.
He could just do that.
I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision. He may use 10 words where 1 would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation.
Yeah.
As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the Flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the First tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations.
You mean the Sin Eaters?
Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the Flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason, which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
It's just a matter of time. More for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society, and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say is the Hellish place has served me well as a training ground. Tesseline and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge on the Sin Eaters, which knowledge I can share with you. Will you help me finish my patrol course? Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn, you clear the west. That way you can have an undiluted experience of the resident terrors. These marks on your maps are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast or with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your ether. Remember, it's kill be killed with these monsters. Once you slay whatever's prowling around here, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. Yes, ma'am. You know, it's weird. They gave the Void Scent like a special death animation, but these guys just like fade away like everybody else. I think they would give them like a special death animation that's just like kind of shimmer away in light instead of darkness. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. How did you fare? I killed about 2 Sin Eaters. I thought there might be 1 or 2 lurking on the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. Expect you noticed it yourself, but individually, the lesser Sin Eaters are no more deadly than an actual predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the Void Scent, they have the unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of the kind. Thus, when a powerful Sin Eater goes on a hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of creatures descending on a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols, to cull their ranks often enough that the numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. And you've certainly helped on that front. Let's report our victories to Tesseline, shall we? Alice tells me you helped her out on patrol. You have our thanks. And my apologies for leading you from the one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alice missed your company. Everything's always, if Niren were here, he would. That's an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that, either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Niren's methods. Honestly, after seeing him in action, I can understand why. The way he leaps into the prey without hesitation, it really is something to behold. Might be a little smitten myself. I'm just only teasing. No doubt he deserves all the admiration he gets, just as you do. I love to lay out the welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. Ugh, there are 101 things I need to do. Sorry, would you mind waiting here with Alice? What, and twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely that's something we could help you with. Yeah, I'm good at helping. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You could start by helping me sort out the larder, Alice. While we do that, could you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that the skin isn't caked in sand. The names are Ponil, Torren, and Halric. You may not give away much response, but I promise they'll be pleased to see someone meet someone new. Let's get all that nasty sand off you. Thank you. Talon glances up blankly, but he knows the tension in his face ease slightly. And Holric. Let's get that face nice and clean, kid. Holric remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin has hardened into something akin to plaster. Wow, you know, I realize this is as close to a zombie apocalypse as Final Fantasy has ever gotten. You've seen to the patients. How were they? Doing okay. Clean of sand. Good. That's good. I knew they would enjoy meeting you. I'm concerned about Holric, though. I'll have to speak with the other carers. But I think his time may be near. Oh, we shall leave you to have that discussion then. We're going to take nearer to Mortsuk, see if you need any errands that need doing. Well, I suppose there is one thing. Let's pick up a nectarine from the markets, please. Gassad's caravan just passed through, so Ron wants you to have some fresh fruit. Come then, Aaron. There's something I want you to see. Right after we stop at Ronron's stall, of course. Hello, Ron. I am back. Oh, back again, are you? Need another taste of Ron's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Ah, yes, nectarine, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Given how prettily cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. Thank you, Ron. Gods, I've never seen a ward merchant give something away for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh, yes, I'll take a jar of honey worms as well. No, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. If you say so. The worms, if you please. Only the best regulars for you. Come again, my friends. Right, that's all shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the Aetherite to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. Here are your precious worms. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not? Glazed wigglers, and you actually brought them. Yeah, I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, alright? Only once. Never fails, shall we? Voice cutscene.
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond? That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit.
Nectarine. That's a peach.
Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals. I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed?
Yeah, not your finest moment.
Let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
I'm glad I was able to show you that. When I comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Urianje's lecturing. And I needed you to know that beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just a threat posed to others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The care is truly fond of their wards, but spare them that suffering. It's a way of fighting back against fate worse than death. I don't know why I got on my Amuro. I'm just gonna teleport there anyway. Yeah! You're back! Hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find the nectarine? A plump, sweet-smelling nectarine. Thank you. Alzay's explained why I wanted this hashi. I can see it in your eyes. But you may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others, and we decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. Thanks to you, though, if his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. Well, that's gonna happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. It's time time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat and I'll make us a nice stew. Oh man, I could go for stew.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
I'll have another bowl then.
That's what I like to hear. Give me a moment to warm up the pot.
But it's already boiling.
In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me. The Warrior of Darkness? You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here. Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous. Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same. Even the Sin Eaters.
They're coming.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
That foal's gonna have to wait. A child is missing. Near and Alice, we've got to look for Halric. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone... Well, he's just telling the Ares to split up and such. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before. It can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated. They can sense something. In any case, let's search close to the inn. Halric isn't very sure on his feet, so he wouldn't have gone far. I'll search the far east side. Please, Halric, please be alright. I'll go to the north and west, and you take everything here to the south. Let's see. Scanning surroundings, signs so suddenly under attack. Ugh. Be gone. Thought.
Any sign of him?
No, nothing.
No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
Is that a Sin Eater?
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it! There it is! Is that... Oh no! Ulrich!
Tesseline with the save.
We have to run!
Tesseline with the die.
Tesseline! No! We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I... No!
Forgive me, Alice.
Welcome to Shadowbringers, everybody. Welcome to Shadowbringers. I'm sorry, Niran. I tried to tell the other carers what happened, but I can't be the shoulder they lean on. Not like this. It's just so unfair. Tesseline was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared. There won't be any pain. Although people in the world to suffer such a fate. I imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us, so I appreciate what you're doing here. Me? I can barely. I don't have the words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial, and she cared about that sort of thing, while giving people a chance to say their goodbyes. Hawk is unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, staring up to the sky where the ceiling leaders made their escape. Alizé. Thank you. What you're doing means a lot to them. To me. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't. Thank you for rescuing Halric. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? That wasn't even a fight. I was too late. Too slow. And I thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Halric back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to the decision I won't be continuing my role here. I hope you'll forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Halric's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course, she would have done the same. Farewell, Halric. Keep Tislin's words close to your heart. Wait, you're leaving this very moment. I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes, and a purpose. This damned light, building without cease. It's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But if we corrected the balance, even if we're only little by little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now hold on, everyone knows there's too much light, but how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. We should return to the Crystalium. May not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I've gained here to hurt them. Oh, wrong side. Forgive me, Niren, I couldn't stay there a moment longer. But I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the inn battle against the blight with kindness, I must fight my own way, with steel and violence. From Eorzea's sword in the darkness to Norvin's sword in the light. Caught up above, it feels like ages ago now. Alizé, is there anything I can get you? You'll sort this out, Morrow. I need to return to the Crystalium immediately. As you wish. Ugh, remind me what goggles if we ever fly over Omaring again. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help me clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exach. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the seniors out, shall we? Poor Alice, eh? She's grieving and trying to take her mind off it. Thank you for seeking me out, Naren. It meant a lot to have you there at my side, and looking at Alphino, I'd say he's eager to begin discussion as I am. I say we lay our experiences before the Exarch and step back to see what kind of picture they make. Then we can decide where to go from there.
And so you return. Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
Better is not the word I would use.
Yeah, first-hand experience.
Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness. Sin Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Blight Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist. Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
I have a feeling Yulmul might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters. Vorthra's command over the Sin Eaters is integral to Yulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies.
Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens. Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th Umbral Calamity.
Are you sure that eliminating them will be enough?
Your uncertainty is understandable, given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then. In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds. This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first. Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy. Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source. And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, A single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. Seven times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed.
Wind, lightning, fire, earth. Water. Or that was ice and that's water. Or there was water and then that's ice. And technically unaspected.
At present, the light-drowned realm of the First stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining. It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the light's continued dominance. In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Norvrant, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky. Thus, if we are to restore balance to the First and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told. Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Hallminster Switch is requesting reinforcements. They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
That's not good.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium. You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphino and Alize as well.
And they're already out the door.
My lord.
Pray, lend us your strength. Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
Alright. Lead the way. Hallminster Switch is north of Lakeland, so we had best make haste with our preparations. In fact, meet me outside the Crystarium at the crossroads northwest of the Ancestor Gate. I shall lead you there myself. Gotta hurry. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Frank, don't start your meowing, mister. Mr. Beaster. All set. If we follow this road north, we will arrive at northern staging point. The village itself lies not far beyond. Quickly now. Oof. I'm at max mount speed for this area, aren't I? Yeah, because only 1 star. Hobnester switches past these gates and through the woods. It is not exactly near neighboring the near a neighbor to the Crystarium, but as we occupy the same region, we have built up something of a cooperative relationship. What can we expect inside, Captain? The town is besieged by a swarm unlike any we have seen in recent years. We did our best to evacuate the villagers, but as many as have remained. Judging by the number of eaters present, we have good reason to believe that a light warden leads the attack. How convenient. It seems we'll have a chance to slay a warden sooner than we expected. One does not simply slay a warden. Has no one told you what happens if you defeat one of those fiends? You hold more light inside them than all of their underlings put together. It can be struck down, aye, but its essence won't dissipate like the weaker kind. Vile ether will billow outwards and envelop the nearest living being, a reckless young swordswoman perhaps, and turn her into a brand new warden. Ah, well, you can leave that particular quandary to us. I must ask the gods stand down and allow us to engage the leader of the Eaters alone. Concentrate on the survivors. We must save every life we can. But what if... Understood, my lord. As captain of the guard, however, I will not watch you brave such danger without an escort from our ranks. I insist that I go with you. Very well. Then our warden slaying party shall include myself, the Levieurs, Captain Lena, and last but not least... me. A formidable group indeed. Into Hobnester we go. Once we reach the Light One and do not hold back, we strike to kill. What do you mean my battery is getting low? Well, I mean, I got time. I have the time. Let me scrounge down a food buff. Oh god, is that Cynid? It can't be. Return the bear. They're even turning the bears. Dun, 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 dun.
So be it.
Oh no, there's more. Ooh, we're at the first boss. That's the monster we saw in Hamarang. Easy now, Alize, we face it together.
Let's give them a show!
Is everyone alright? Fine, let's keep moving. I can't wear the hat. Look, there'll still survivors. Not for long. Oh, not for long. Oh no, Exarch.
Are you hurt?
You underestimate me!
I really wish they would update their AI system, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be better in DawnTrail. But they'll AoE down groups of enemies. They're turning some and killing others and turning the livestock.
Focus. Release!
Another eater. So this is where you went.
Leave the healing to me.
Oh, poor Tessline. You can see her struggling during the fight. Wah. Alice, you've gone pale. I'm fine. We should keep moving. Ooh. If you want to go for like a night look, but we were too slow to save them.
So be it.
Come on, Exarch, over here. Or not. Frank, cease.
So be it.
Do 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 do. Don't waste the limit break, Alice. We are close. Be on your guard. Ooh. 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 That's not bad. Light Warden, Philia. We stand in the presence of a Light Warden.
Focus! Release!
Got a little sloppy there for a sec.
There'll be nothing left of you but a smoking crater.
Yeah, I'm stealing it, Alizé. You're not stealing the limit break from me. This is it. Meh. Lena. Oh, Alizé. No less than what I expected, but well done. Lena. Doesn't want to say a word. Ooh. Ooh. Swing. Hey, it's not gonna... Okay, cool. I was about to say, it's not gonna just, you know, ignore the fact that I just did this.
It's releasing its ether! Fall back! We cannot let it touch us! Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw!
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place, born of the self-same ether relinquished by its predecessor. But now we have a way to contain that corruption. The blessing of light, and the hero who wields it now stands before you.
So what do I do?
Behold! The monster's power is broken, and the world, twisted by its touch, returns to its rightful form.
It can't be.
What's happening?
It's so beautiful.
The sunless sea. The warrior of darkness has come.
Is that what I think it is?
The night sky, as it should be.
Who are you people? You killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The legends are true.
Shh.
My lord?
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. You have vanquished the Light Warden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat. Yet our victory is far from complete. Though darkness has fallen here, the other Wardens yet bask beneath burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains. Even should it cost me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion. Not only for the first, but for the source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But, be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will. I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed. But for the present, I beg you, stay and see this fight to its conclusion. Cast down the Wardens, and restore darkness to the first.
Alright, I'll become the warrior you need.
On behalf of the first, I offer you my deepest thanks.
I understand there is much at stake here, Exarch, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person across the rift.
I do it for my people, of course. To give the Crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower. I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
There are things which we can ill afford to lose. And I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll. Despite appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, we will continue to fight at your side until the last Sin Eater is defeated.
Hear, hear.
Come then, my warriors of darkness. Let us gather the surviving villagers and make our way back to the Crystarium.
How quickly you have justified my faith in you. So many lives saved, the night sky, and the sky itself heralds your success. A single victory in a larger struggle perhaps, but a momentous one nonetheless. As for now, as for how we proceed from here. The villagers we evacuated earlier have arrived safely in the Crystarium. They seem to be accepting their situation for the moment. Most folk are far too distracted by the sky to worry about the wounds or lost homes. They whisper and wonder if the warrior of darkness has come. 'Tis to be expected. Naren, I must ask a favor. Would you be so kind as to conceal your involvement in this endeavor for the time being? Seeing the light recede from Legoland is a momentous occasion, and many will be swept up in a maelstrom of excitement and confusion. Should you come forth as a legendary warrior of darkness, I fear that no matter how good your intentions, such an appearance would throw the city into disarray. I find myself in agreement with the Exarch, although my concerns are more focused on Yulmore. Maybe best if you would maintain a low profile until we see how Valtteri responds to all this. Alright. My thanks. Though we cannot freely celebrate your success, pray allow your heart to be buoyant by the joy of our citizens. A joy you surely brought into being. And I must ask the same discretion of you, Captain. It is my intention to share with the people the tale of our great warrior who stood in defiance of the Sin Eaters. This unnamed champion defeated a light warder and has since departed for parts unknown, yes? As you wish, my lord. Your penchant for mystery is nothing new, and I will encourage folk not to question this either. Although I expect to be told the whole truth of it one day, about all of you. With that settled, I shall return to Crystarium and make an address to the people. These explanations and adjustments will consume much of my time, so pray take the opportunity to rest and recover from your exploits, and to think you'll not even need to shutter the window to enjoy a dark and peaceful night's sleep. Meanwhile, it's like, go get some sleep. The morning is rising. I must stay behind and coordinate the evacuation of the remaining survivors. And I hesitate to ask after all you've done here today, but could I ask that you pass on a message on your way to the Pendants? Sure. Please let Froggy know that we're bringing in a number of injured, and that any restoratives on the markets need be reserved for the infirmary. We start making our way back to the Crystarium. Slowly, mind you. It wouldn't do to arrive soon after the Exach. I'm staying behind as well. There's something I need to check on in Home Nesta. Our way through the village, top to bottom, Alice, eh? We should all take a chance to rest, you included. I knew one of those eaters. I can't rest for now. So please, I wish to be left alone for a while. And that means you as well, Niran. I shall be cross if you try to follow me. I promise you, promise to find you later when I feel myself again. Huh. Just you and me then, shall we? Everyone, welcome to Night Sky. It's daytime. Whoops, not supposed to go there just yet. Well, the Crystarium seems relatively in order, wouldn't you say? The Exarch's speech must have been reassuring to hear. On the contrary, there is something jubilant in the air. I have this feeling the night won't be quite as peaceful as our hooded friend predicted. I think I shall take a brief stroll around town before retiring to my chambers. Once you've discharged your duty to Broggy, I suggest you do the same. Sleep well, Niran. I hope untroubled dreams find you and Alice both. I just gotta wait for him to load in. There he is. Hey, what can I do for you? Looking to buy a lantern like every other stumbling soul in the city? Actually, I'm here to pass on a message from Catalina. I see. Well, Captain Lena can rest assured that any potions I spot coming in will be set aside for the wounded. Hang on a moment. You're carrying messages for the guard. Does that mean that you were there, then? The battle at Homelister? Still, what I like my one page is the wandering stairs and make himself known. I'm sure Glenard can introduce you to some interesting opportunities. Hey. Oh. Never mind. You're allowed to be here, Scylla. Can we speed this up a bit? Scylla, more beer for table 2, and a couple of pints of meat for table 3 while you're at it. Coming right up. Sorry, we're rushed off our feet today, sir. Can I get you anything? Drinks are on the house. Actually, no. I was here about business opportunities. Oh, that froggy has a twisted sense of humor. Yeah. I guess. I think he sent you to me at a time like this. First real night in near 100 years has spoke the world up, and then some. What's more, there was the Eater business and Homelister switch. They say the Light Warden was destroyed without a damn trace, and the Warrior of Darkness who did the deed. Oh, interesting. I must really apologize for Glenard. Yeah, Glenard. He's almost as ready as our customers, and that's no small feat. A lot of our regulars are bounty hunters, you see. They mostly go after eaters, and the room of the warrior's appearance was the spark of the kindling. Oh, word travels fast. You know how the weak eaters are drawn to the strong ones, right? Yeah. Aye, they swarm like hungry bees around the queen. You need no look further than Homelister for proof of that. But attacks on that scale don't happen every day. Praise the blessed shadow. No, the more the common threats are the strays. No one knows why, but every now and again an eater will leave the pack to prowl alone. Those are the ones you run into on the road if your luck is foul. They're a danger to everyone, and the settlement council puts bounties on their heads. And our bar here is a convenient place for hunters to gather and share information. It seems a few of them were inspired by the Warden slaying even more than most. They're types who have gained the side sets on the absolute worst of the strays, a class of eaters that have been dubbed the cardinal virtues. The virtues showed up out of nowhere about 3 summers ago, and when 3 summers, 3 years. Historians heard the descriptions given by the warriors. Well, apparently they shared the appearance with the villains who caused the flood. And if that doesn't send a chill down your spine, they also reported to be tough as light wardens, not the kind of prey you can take down single-handed. Our virtue hunters had all but given up hope, but knowing the warrior of darkness is out there has lit a fire in their bellies. Just look at them. We got that whom over there with the oversized sword is grandson. He's in it for revenge. Wants to recruit a comrade in arms as tenacious as he. The Misto lad is Lurik. Don't be fooled by those dewy cheeks. He's a hard hunter as they come. He just lost a partner, and it seems to be on the lookout for a new one. That's Sarig. It works. Word is he seeks an expert in magecraft to help fight the virtue he's after. And at last we have Giot, a dwarf and a drunkard both. Wanted to join forces with healer, and only a healer. Something about needing a mentor's wisdom. I've seen my share of competent ventures, and you have to look about you. Maybe you should introduce yourself to one of the hunters. Who knows, together you might even collect the bounty on a cardinal virtue. Now there is a grand idea. Imagine the prestige my bar would earn that boasted the patronage of a successful virtue hunter. Ah yes, the role quests. Alright, I'm gonna go to sleep now, guys. I'm a little tired. Hup. Help. Help. Hop. Spin. Welcome back, sir. Wonder if anyone can sleep in the city with such an uproar, but you will retire into your quarters. Yes. Very good. In light of present situation, I have the illumination prepared for all our rooms. No need to rush to the markets for lanterns and candles. Have a pleasant stay, sir. Night. Huh?
So it's your lot's turn to be the warriors of darkness, is it? It's funny how things work out.
Hey, these are my private quarters.
Aye, I know. Just the place. In case you've forgotten, you're the only one who can see me. If we had one of our little chats in public, people might start thinking you'd lost your wits.
Touché.
Those white-haired twins who are with you. I remember them from our battle in the Source. Are they your friends then? Through thick and thin?
Well, family, actually.
Aye. Then I suggest you keep them close. It's when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder, what will it cost you this time? I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
Meanwhile, thousands of miles away. Okay, no, not that far. Hundreds of miles away.
So this is what the light was hiding. He's here. I must go to him.
Okay, not even hundreds of miles away. Tens of miles away. Meanwhile, inside an Imperial Magitech facility in the Source.
Intruders! Fan out and find them! Out of my way!
Stay your weapon. We are not your enemy.
Yeah, Stinian out for blood today.
When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders. Sir Estinian, I presume. The dragoon who plucked the warrior of light from the jaws of death? Your armor is most distinct.
Much as yours once was. But even without it, I see a former legator still has eyes and ears in unexpected places. Van Baelsar, in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadow Hunter.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
Through no choice of my own. They tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause. I swear their receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldessian woman once she has caught the scent of your ether.
He's getting bullied by 2 Lala women.
If they have resorted to using freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed. And what of their champion?
Away on other business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
Fucking this bitch is like getting up like fucking dick.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here. Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. And they will call it victory.
What exactly does this Black Rose do?
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature. It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill. Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease, much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
Search every corner! Rouse the barracks if you have to! I want this facility secured!
I have more questions, but now is not the time.
Serestinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
Ha! From what I hear, you need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varys himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Ascians.
I am aware of what his Radiance said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlean.
Fuck yeah, team up. Well now, if I am to be the Warrior of Darkness, then I must play the part. And so now, after a long time, I finally don the gear. Fix the portrait. Save. And look absolutely gorgeous while doing it. That's gonna be it for part 1. I know I still have more to do, but I'm hungry. I want to go eat lunch. So, take care everyone. Probably continue to stream tomorrow.